WILDwatch feed and post your questions underneath the live feed. Join me on my next safari through andBeyond and Ngala on WildEarth. Send me live questions through the WildEarth website and I'll answer them live from the African bush.
This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the very start of your own live and interactive sunset safari. The sun is not setting just yet. It's still extremely high in the sky, I must say, and it's very, very hot. And the way I positioned, I cannot open my eyes, which is fabulous. The impala are also sitting neatly and tucked away in the shade, which is what I would do if I was an impala. So I've already told you we're coming to you live, but we'll be coming to you live from different locations across South Africa. So get ready, everyone. It's that time of day for your live bumble through the bush. Welcome aboard, everyone. It's a great decision for you guys to stay with us, jump on board, and go for a bumble. You literally never know what is round the corner. I had such a wonderful morning this morning. One of the best, I must say. Tandy, Mareebs, and Mr. and Mrs. Wig. It was such a great morning. Hopefully this afternoon will also be great. My name is Lauren. I have OD on camera. And I must say, I don't know why I position this way every single time into the sun, but I do. I must learn, I really must learn not to position the vehicle this way. So when I look back at the camera, I can actually look at you all instead of closing my eyes. But we are just admiring the impala. It's a great start when you stop to appreciate the impala. They also will give the game away if there's any threats around. So before I do forget, I believe Miss Tiani in the west, a leopard that we do keep tabs on, but unfortunately we don't get to see too often live, has showed her cubs to the world. So that's very exciting. If she comes a little bit further east on Simbambili, we may one day get to view them. Congratulations, Miss Tiani. Beautiful leopardess. Another important note, you can talk to us. Yes, you can. You do that in a number of ways. You choose whatever you prefer. You can talk to us using the hashtag WildEarth on Twitter, or you can use @FC on the YouTube chat, or If you don't like either of those options, you can head over to the WildEarth website. As long as you're registered, you can submit your questions under the live safari page. And kids, if you're on board with us, which I very much hope you are, please do send in your questions. They are very often just the best. You do that by sending us an email. Send us your name, your age, and even where you're from, along with the question. The email address is kidsquestions@wildearth.tv. I think the best piece of news from this morning was the signal. And Signal in the Mulwati, we were able to go live with Mr. and Mrs. Wig, which was just so fantastic. It was so good to see them and have such a long sighting with them. And of course, Tandy, we found her in Chitwa. And then all of a sudden we had Marib. So it was a little bit confusing to start with, but then we realised that both of them are here. And they're still on Chitwa, I believe. So hopefully Trishala can get to show you them all this afternoon. I don't really know where I'm going today. I'm just going to Bumble. I think water holes are a great place to start. Water is always a great place to start. Isn't that right, Impala? Victoria, you're saying Djuma and Impalas are always so clean. Are they not clean in other places? I'm pretty sure Impalas across the board are pretty clean, not just Djuma, I must say. They are meticulous groomers. They really, really spend a lot of time grooming themselves, also grooming each other, and then being groomed by the oxpeckers, as you can see here. They allow oxpeckers to sit on their body, and the oxpeckers will naturally pluck out all of those ticks. So if you see an Impala with a really high tick load, you can sort of guess that it's maybe slightly under the weather, sick, or just generally weak, because normally Impalas are very, very meticulous groomers. Their teeth are also loose in their sockets on that lower jaw. You know, when you're young and you wobble that tooth and try to get it out for the tooth fairy, because you're going to think you're going to get a pound or a dollar or wherever you're from, whatever currency you use. It's like that with Impalas. They're loose, they're not fixed in the socket. So that means that when they sort of run their teeth through the hair of their coat, they splay open like a comb. And this is another great way for Impalas to get off any nasty ticks or bugs or parasites or dirt or anything that may be on their skin or their fur. So yes, Impalas across the board are extremely clean. They always just look shiny and gorgeous. Impalas and elephants are my relaxing animal. When I'm with them, I feel really, really relaxed. I could sit and watch them all day. So nice and hot. But it will get cold quickly for sure. That's why I've got all my layers on, ready for the cold. But talking of the weather, let's take a look at what it's like today across all our locations. Sunny everywhere. It seems Impala, enjoy the sun. It's not going to stay very warm for very long. OD, we are going to Bumble. I want to check my first water body. Oh, all the heads go up. Sorry, guys. I'm so sorry. Have a jolly good afternoon. Okay, I'm going to bumble on, check some water bodies, but I believe Miss Trishala has already made it to a dam.
I have made it to a watering hole, and there's a gorgeous gift here on this beautiful wood dog. The water monitor. We're here at Twin Dams. This is that smaller section of Twin Dams that we're looking at.
Sorry about that, everyone. I don't know where Miss Beautiful Trishala has disappeared to, but she will be back. So you're back with us. And we are just bumbling down Zoe's Road. But I do have to say, Zoe's Road is not as productive as it once used to be. Darby always says, check Zoe's, let's check Zoe's. But really, I mean, I'm going along here and I don't believe anyone drove it this morning, and there's not a single track. There used to always be tracks on Zoe's. Whether you found the culprit behind the tracks is a different question, but there were always tracks on Zoe's. Not anymore. Shadulu will occasionally pop in this way. I tell a lie, everyone. There's hyena tracks. I just lied to you. There are lots of hyena tracks. With no other tracks other than vehicles. It seems like Miss Trishala is finally back with us.
I'm sorry about that, guys. Hopefully you'll be able to see me and hear me this time. I'm not sure where we left off last, but we're here in Twin Dams, so at Twin Dams, and we have our gorgeous water monitor there. Hi, everyone. It's me, Trishala. I've got Darren and Camera with me, and like I said, we're in the south here in Twin Dams. We're going to go to Chitwa eventually, but for now, we're just going to spend some time watching what's happening here. Not too much, because there's the heat of the afternoon that most of the animals are going to contend with. But at least we have this beautifully basking water monitor. It's very, very well camouflaged. And what I was saying to you before was that if I had not pulled out my binoculars to have a look at what little creatures were at the dam, I wouldn't have seen it. It was hidden so well. This is quite a smaller one. The usual two that we see here are quite large, but this water monitor is smaller than that. Perhaps it's carving out a little territory for itself here at Twin Dams. That's a grey go-away birds you can hear in the background. So they will need to carve out a little territory near the water, of course, where their primary food source is and where their lifestyle is adapted to being. And luckily for this one, the other two that are usually found here, those really big, strong ones that we have often seen kind of fighting. Luckily, they're leaving this one alone, at least for now. There's lots of entertainment to be found in this little shallow bit of Twin Dams. I just want to be quiet for a moment because I want you to hear how silent it is at this time of the afternoon. It's warm, there's little to no breeze, and it's very, very quiet. No birds calling out, of course, from the grey Galway birds, but just have a listen. Quiet, right? Very, very quiet. Well, I wonder what other treasures we might find here. I might pop over to the other little dam wall on that side, because I see some birds moving about.
We've actually stopped at one of the most spectacular views on the property, one of my favourite areas. So let's just take a moment to sit, listen to the sounds of the bush and enjoy this spectacular horizon. Isn't it spectacular? Literally my favourite place on the whole reserve for the view.
Live.
So it's a much windier day today than it was yesterday. Still nice and fairly warm, about 27 degrees. No action yet at the waterhole. We're not going to stay here too long. Hi everyone, my name is Mike Anderson. Behind the camera is Craig, and this is Eco Training's Pridelands Conservancy. And we are just waiting here at Leopard Dam, the early part of the walk, before we head probably up in that direction, south of us or to the left of what you're seeing, to investigate what might be along the rocky ridges on this western part of Pridelands. You know, we often stay at the dam most of the afternoon, and as always, when we try to leave, elephants tend to turn up. So we're hoping for the same again today. We're also hoping this wind kind of dies down. It doesn't look very windy. In the screen, the trees are not moving that well. Actually, they are moving quite a lot. Look at that leadwood up there to the right. You can really see those branches moving quite a lot. And a leadwood is a very strong tree, very dense wood. Well, now, of course, the gust of wind stops and the tree is dead still. But it was waving quite a lot. I'm hoping that this wind doesn't hamper our walking too much. You know, when we walk in the bush, we really need all of our senses to be attuned, and with all this wind blowing, sometimes we can't hear the subtle sounds of something like an elephant rumbling or brushing through the trees. But I guess it also makes it quite exciting. Harvey, that's a great question, and we've actually discussed this yesterday, why there are no crocodiles here. And we can't tell you an answer for certain, but I think it's because of the amount of elephant activity in these waterholes. I think both crocodiles and hippos don't feel very comfortable to stay in these waterholes. They're not very deep. The deepest part of this waterhole is probably 2.5 meters at the most, which means that elephants can easily wade through up and down in these areas, and they'll disturb the crocodiles and hippos. And it's not a huge waterhole. I mean, it's big, but not big enough when there are, 60 elephants piling in here. Harvey, that's probably the main reason. We know there are fish in here. We know there are terrapins. We know there are frogs, which would be enough to feed a small crocodile. But maybe not enough to feed a big crocodile. Maybe that's also why. There's some life here. There's some Egyptian geese at the bottom end by the mud wallows where we were yesterday, looking at some tracks. Lots of other bird calls in the distance. Otherwise fairly peaceful. Can hear a few oxpeckers calling to our left, or to the left of the screen where you're looking at. There they fly over, in fact, the 4 oxpeckers heading across the other side of the dam. I wonder if they're going in search of some giraffes, which are often coming to feed and drink from that side. That might be a good thing for us to do. Maybe we follow those oxpeckers in that direction and see what we might find. There are often buffaloes coming down to drink from that side. They don't really land on elephants. There could be giraffes, there could be kudus. We saw kudus there yesterday, and impalas as well. So perhaps that's the direction we'll walk to start off with, to give ourselves the best opportunity to find something to show you all. Well, we're going to leave the dam wall now and go in search of things far and wide, and we'll send you back to Lauren in the meantime.
Now, I haven't checked the hyena den in quite a few days, but I'm beginning to wonder. I'm going to go past just to see if we can see signs of life. I'm not expecting to see a hyena or a cub, but tracks, urine, maybe some bones, not hyena bones, but, of other animals. Because they keep talking about this den on Little Gowrie. I pick it up from the Eastern Channel, but we can't actually traverse Little Gowrie. And they keep talking about a Misikaya that's just all of a sudden become very active. So I'm wondering, could it possibly be the Djuma clan that have moved? They do move. And Navella and Ntima's son are getting older. They are getting bigger. They're still the smallest of the cubs, but they are still getting bigger. And I wonder, have they moved to Little Gowrie? It was about time. We do know that the Djuma clan use a den on Little Gowrie. So I don't know. I've asked for some photos, if someone can take me some photos. I'll be able to tell immediately if it's the Djuma clan or not. But I think it's worth just going past our hyena dens and seeing if there's any signs of movement. If there's no fresh tracks, no urine patches, then they're not using that den anymore. I guess that's a really telltale sign. So that's where I'm going to head for now. But I'm really not expecting to see a hyena there. I miss the days of the active den. I miss them a lot. We were very, very fortunate to visit the den almost every single day, and sometimes have it entirely to ourselves for 3 hours. But those days are now gone. And the clan has moved on. Everybody's getting older. Everyone's getting bigger. Everyone's getting a little bit more adventurous. And Gwazi this morning with Maribs. My goodness. No fear. No fear whatsoever. Maribs also, no fear. And a hyena could really injure a leopard. Fatally so. And of course a leopard could really injure a hyena cub. Sally, you're asking, are hyenas something among the predators? I got most of that. I'll wait for Elton just to fill in the gap. Are you getting that, Owen? Yeah, I really don't know what you're saying, Elton. Thick bones. I don't know how to answer that. Sally, they have a really large skeleton. Yes. All the sort of animals out here, even from impala to hyenas to predator, the skeleton is sort of relative to the body size, naturally. And I guess, yes, hyenas have big bones. Sorry, it took a while to get that one. I don't think I'm doing a very good job of answering that question. But yes, everything's relative. So of course, because the hyenas have such a powerful muscular neck, the bones in the neck are very, very large because they need to support all of that muscle. Just like a leopard's shoulder blade, the scapula, there has to be lots of muscle attachment sites. It has to be a bigger blade for all those muscles to attach in order to have that power to climb trees. So for a hyena, it's in the neck, not really the shoulders so much, or definitely not the hind legs. You look at a hyena's skeleton, it slopes down at the back. It's quite a bizarre manner of walking, and that's because all their power is from the front. So by having that sloping gait and weaker back legs, that's the most energy efficient way for a hyena to be, because they are so powerful at the front, and the power mostly comes from the neck. Secondary, the shoulder blades. So they will have a really large skeleton, especially the vertebrae that supports the neck, in order to support all that muscle. And I did see Shimbulu's little body, and he's so much larger than you would ever think. He looks like a small little cub when you're looking on the camera top down. Our cameras are positioned high, but actually when you see his body, he's huge. Even Ngwazi this morning next to Maribs, huge, and their necks. Hyenas are really large animals, especially when you walk next to them on foot. They're much larger, Sally, than you would ever think they are. Especially the females. My goodness, Ribbon is huge. She is a big female. Okay, we are on Saxon's Road now, which is the Hyena Den Road. And I just want to see if I can pick up on any tracks. Well, Ngwazi is Ribbon's son, only remaining son now, and Sutu is June's eldest daughter from a different litter. June obviously has Novella now, little Novella, who's also a female, but June and Ribbon are not related, and therefore Sutu and Ngwazi are not related. Yes, I think I got that right, but Sutu was looking huge, and I've not seen her in a while. My big surprise at Sutu this morning was her hair. When you sort of find a cub going into the sub-adult phase of their life, they're very fluffy. So they might be large in size, but they're still very fluffy. And I had a message from someone the other day asking, how do you age a hyena? And it's very, very difficult. There's no sort of set standards. It's just merely through observation and spending time with them. But Sutu this morning, she's lost that fuzz. She's lost that fluff. She looks like a real adult now. And I have to say, it threw me. But then I saw that spot pattern that I recognized, and I knew it was Sutu. But they're not related, but they're just part of the same clan. And clan life is everything to the hyena. Although they fight and they have a hierarchy, it's still very important, the interactions between clan members. I don't see any hyena tracks on this road, and this is getting me very suspicious. This is actually den number 2. This is where Ngwazi was born. Bird, you're saying hyenas are so unique. Oh yes. Oh yes they are. Mostly why I love them. I like the oddballs and the outcasts and those animals that are maybe not so popular. That's my favorite. Sharks, hyenas, Ethiopian wolf, insects. Those animals that don't really get too much attention. But this den has not been used for a really long time, but this was the birthplace of Ngwazi and Shimbulu. And I'll never forget the day I sat here with Davi, and poor Davi was pretending to be entertained and pretending to have fun, but really we were just sitting waiting, watching us sleep in ribbon. He was doing absolutely nothing. But patience did pay off. Okay, on to den number 3. Oh, crikey, this is a very tight corner. Let's see if I can do it a little bit smoother. So off we go to den number 3. This is Jake Whitener, all the way from the US, and he is a holder of the Ticket to Dream.
I decided to support and buy the Ticket to Dream to help WildEarth in its mission of conservancy towards animals and the environment.
If you want to go on safari with a WildEarth guide whilst honing your bush knowledge and of course featuring in one of our shows, then head over to our website.
And I would highly recommend that people would be involved in that program.
Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer and you could be making your first ever on-screen appearance.
Ever since I was able to get the Ticket to Dream, I've been looking forward to coming on this drive. It is an absolutely fabulous experience and it's great.
For many years, WildEarth has taken viewers from around the world to the Mara Triangle, a place of majestic beauty and abundant wildlife. But it wasn't always like this. Before 2001, it was infested with poachers. Illegal harvesting and hunting was rife. Now the situation couldn't be more different. The hard work and dedication of the Mara Conservancy has revolutionized this magical land. But now, the loss of revenue from tourism has created a grave crisis. The Mara Conservancy needs help if they are to continue protecting the reserve and supporting the local communities whose livelihood depend on its survival.
Hello, I'm Marna, your WildEarth Safari Guide from andBeyond Ngala. What I really like about connecting with WildEarth viewers is that we get to speak to viewers instantly and I get to show you this beautiful property. If you want to ask me a question, register on the WildEarth website. Simply head over to the live safari page and you can submit your questions there. Join me or one of the other guides twice a day on WildEarth.
Look at this beautiful group of Ngala here. It's a lovely female. And there's a young calf there, very young calf. And there's a young male just against the tree there. His horns are just starting to pop out. Now we actually had to drive this morning looking at a similar scene. And it kind of looks strange because he looks like a female with horns. He's also almost the same size as the female. But those horns only start to develop and pop out just under a year, and it takes 14 months or so for him to lose that tawny color, and maybe an additional 10 to 12 months to assume the male color, which is the much darker dark brown. I think that they're just stunning antelope, especially like their stripes and their little spots. Look at that. And that pinky of their ears, they remind me of rose petals. Not on your calf's head. They have these lovely fluffy tails too. It's beautiful, no? You'll see there's an older young male coming along. Just behind, there we go. You can see that he's started to darken. Horns are getting quite big too. It's so nice to see them at these different stages, see the transition, because we often see the Ngala bulls and they're dark, and we see the cows and they look like this tawny color with the stripes. It's very interesting to see these many phases between that. Can you see how in this type of area, they're in the Tambuti thicket at the moment, and that's the habitat they prefer. So not grassland very much, but these thickets. And in a thicket, shafts of light come through, sometimes in lines, sometimes just in spots because of the placement of the leaves and the canopy of the thicket. And that gives the Ngala great camouflage. Just look at that. The lines and the spots break up its outline. Out here, if you see something that's solidly colored, it's very easy to tell that it's man-made. Like a house or a car, something like that. You don't often see things that are just one solid color. And if you do, your eyes find it very easy to pick out a shape. But if it's not a solid color and it's broken up by lines and spots like this, that look like light and shadow, then it's very difficult to tell them apart from the environment. Hi, Kalahari. You'd like to know if Nyalas are somehow related to kudus? Yes, they are, and they're in the same genus. So you know how we have a genus and a species? The species name is the second name, and the genus name is the first name. So Nyala is Tragelaphus angasi, and the Tragelaphus they share with the kudu, who's also a Tragelaphus. And the Tragelaphus tribe is a spiraled horned antelope. So they are closely related. Kudu, Nyala, bushbuck, they fall into the spiral horned category. There we go. Are they moving on further into the thicket? Hi, Nina. You say they blend in so well with the environment. They really do. There's a reason animals are coated the way they are. I call it coated. When I say coated, it sounds like they're an M&M. The way their pelage. There's a reason that they look the way they do. All right, well, let's keep moving. They've moved quite far into the thicket there. So this is an area where there's just a bit of a dip here, so I'm just going to talk to you for a little bit. This is an area where Thandi and Maribs were kind of in this area in Chitwa, so it's worth just having a look around, although it's likely that they're in the dips where it's nice and cool. Anyway, Lauren has found a nice big herd, so why don't you go over and have a look.
A mega herd of buffalo, or Nyari, as they call them out here. This is a lot of buffalo. Hello guys, how's it going? Now apparently, I was on the Eastern Channel this morning on Chitwa, but apparently the lion tracks were found following this herd this morning. I don't know which pride, but there were lions following this exact herd. So I wonder if we do have lions on our property. We're very close to Treehouse Dam. I haven't seen buffalo in quite a while. I love big herds, especially when you see the youngsters. They're very sweet, young buffalo. And their facial expressions at times are just too hilarious. Now, buffalo are water dependent. We're very close to Treehouse Dam right now, so I was hoping that possibly they would go for a drink, but I do think they're moving in the opposite direction. But not only are they water dependent, but they're extremely heat sensitive, believe it or not. So they will avoid sort of excessive exposure, and especially in summer. I mean, it's hot right now, but it's not summer hot. And that's why you'll find them grazing really early in the morning and then in the late afternoon. So you will find them in that window of midday, that very, very hot window. But they will mostly be sitting in the shade, really doing as best they can to move out of the sun. Debbie, you're saying those horns are majestic, aren't they lovely? Powerful weapons. There's some really awful videos online of when the buffalo strikes back with lions, and my goodness, they really can strike back. It's an interesting dynamic between buffalo and lions. That sort of evolutionary arms race between predator and prey that I referred to. The predator can always have the advantage. The prey can always have the advantage. It's almost like a race between the two that will rarely be equal. It's actually a concept, and they call it the Red Queen. It's a biology concept, and it's named after a chess piece, I think, that was in Alice Through the Looking Glass. Alice meets this Red Queen. And Alice is continually running, perpetually running without getting very far, because the landscape is moving with her. So she is running, but the landscape's also moving, so she's not getting anywhere. And it's pretty much an influential idea in evolution that the faster you run, the more the world moves with you and the less you make progress. That's basically the concept behind it all. And when you sort of refer to it, predator versus prey, the Red Queen at work, a really good example is the polar bears. So polar bears are equipped with a really thick coat of white fur, as we know. And this is so that they don't feel the cold, because they live in extremely cold environments, as you know. We don't get polar bears here, by the way. And evolution has evolved so that the polar bears have thicker and thicker coats, so you get warmer bears. But it is believed once upon a time, it was actually easy to creep up, for the polar bears to creep up on the Arctic seals, because they had no enemies at that point in time, so they had nothing to fear. So it was very, very easy for polar bears to catch the seals. But then, of course, the seals caught on. these seals became nervous. They know there's a predator. Their behavior changed. And they just grew more weary. So life became harder for the bears. And these bears at the time, they're still polar bears, but they were brown. Polar bears were thought to be originally brown. So, of course, it became harder for the bears to sneak up on the seals because the seals were now very aware of them. They can see them coming. They're looking for them. They're alerting one another. And then, of course, by a chance mutation, then appeared the white hare. And there evolved the white polar bear as we know it today. So I'm not entirely finished with this Red Queen topic, but I am going to sit here with the buffalo and we'll come right back to it.
So we are a few hundred meters, maybe almost a kilometer away from Leopard Dam, and we are just walking up to this rocky ridge that you can just about see up ahead of us there. Now this rocky ridge runs all the way along our reserve, from east all the way to west, well actually from the northeast down to the central west boundary. And along here there are lots and lots of places where animals like hyenas, like leopards, like lions could have dens, places under the rocks they could hide with their youngsters, their cubs, their pups. And, you know, we actually heard that there was a leopard that was moving into this area this morning. Our tracking partner, Morris, saw a leopard heading here. So that's our plan, to try and go up amongst those rocks and just explore, look for any tracks and signs, look for anything at all that might give us a hint. Oh, there's a plane coming over us now. If you hear something growly, it's not a leopard. And you can see it's quite thick, and you can see the wind is blowing. So we do have to sort of be quite careful about how we move around in this area. We don't want to stumble across something. Even something like a buffalo could be resting at the foothills of this area. I mean, you can see all this plant that's growing in front here. This stuff here. This is called wild raisin, and it has lots of fruits, not at this time of year. It's still very dry. But it creates dense thickets like this. When you look through this, you can really see how thick it is. And so it's the kind of place a buffalo might rest up during the day amongst these leaves. But it's good for us. We make lots of noise when we're walking over all these dry leaves and grasses. So hopefully we won't surprise anything. Sometimes it's better to have an animal know that you're coming before you get close to it, rather than being very silent and then accidentally stumbling across it, if that makes sense. In any case, we will... Oh, what's that flying right over us? I don't know if that'll be easy to spot. There's a vulture or something flying directly over us. That's awesome. Very much like a white-backed vulture. Dark primary feathers, nice pale body feathers. Beautiful.
This is quite the roadblock here. We're really not going anywhere, even if we wanted to. But just to recap on what I was saying, so the Red Queen, so basically the polar bears became white through evolution because it became tricky to sneak up on the seals. They were alert, they were aware, they knew the polar bears were coming after them. And through evolution, generally the weaker sort of individuals, you don't want those genes to be passed on. So those are the ones that are normally weeded out in the evolutionary process. So the sort of alert seals, the ones that thrived, the ones that escaped the polar bears, it's those genes that got passed on. So then, of course, by a mutation, genetic mutation, the polar bears, I'm guessing a brown bear gave birth to white cubs, and lo and behold, we had white polar bears. And basically they thrived and multiplied, and they became a successful predator because the seals didn't see them coming. They're not brown anymore. They match the same color as the snow and the ice and the glaciers. So it's like an evolutionary arms race. And the seals' effort of becoming wary and becoming nervous was all for nothing, because the predators have now trumped once again. Do you see what I mean about an arms race? And this is just a perfect example of what they call the Red Queen at work. There's a dynamic there. really interesting concept. It was actually James Hendry that gave me that book, The Red Queen. It's a wonderful book if you are interested in that sort of thing. And Alice Through the Looking Glass happens to be so many good quotes in that book. Common evaporative cooling. So our mouths are wet. Actually, if you put your finger inside your nostril, which is probably not so lovely, don't do it in public. Our noses are also wet. It's moisture. And humans don't really pant, but if you think about dogs and cats, they pant. They're losing heat through the evaporative cooling of the moisture in the mouth. It's very, very similar for buffalo, but they are not panting. But their wet noses keeps their their noses are very sensitive, keeps them nice and moist, but also can help lose heat for that individual. And naturally, it's very hot today. Can you hear the oxpeckers? The call of an oxpecker almost sounds electronic. It almost sounds like it's coming from someone's phone, I think, rather than a bird. This is a hot bird. You see, they've got their mouths open. They're also using evaporative cooling, but in a different way. You see that? Got some bulls tussling over there. I don't want to put my engine on, though. I don't want to get any closer to this herd. Look at them all just looking at us. Hello. You're making me feel nervous, guys. Watching me like this. Oh, and do you see just down here all the oxpeckers are dust bathing. You see that? Rubbing themselves in the sand. White maned buffalo don't allosuckle. Obviously that happens in lion prides, but not in herds of buffaloes. Believe it or not, they can identify their mother if they do get lost in the herd through the vocalizations, and I believe through smell, and they will stick with their mother. They don't allosuckle. But their gestation period is 11 months. It's a long pregnancy, longer than humans, almost 1 year. You see them? They're using the sand to dislodge any parasites or ants or bugs or anything lodged in their feathers. Dust bathing. I can imagine it also feels really good, having a good old scratch, a good old exfoliation. It just looks really entertaining. Can you hear them? That's the oxpeckers. Sorry, I just wanted to make sure Wrexham wasn't calling me. He's making his way here. Bridget, Djuma's very small. And it's about 1,200 hectares. So that's not really a lot of space for a large buffalo herd. For humans, it's perfect. But buffalo, I don't even know how many I would say I can see right now. What would you guess, Owen? 100? 100. Owen also thinks 100. And they're not territorial. So their drive, they don't scent mark, they don't call, they're not sort of trying to keep other buffalo out. Their drive is large numbers equal protection. And it's a selfish thing. It doesn't look like that at first, but if there's only 5 of you, you have 1 in 5 chance of getting plucked off by the predators. If there's 100 of you, you have 1 in 100 chance of being chosen by the predators. So your sort of presence is diluted. So they're not territorial. Their drive is water and food. And I think Djuma would just be a little bit too small for that. So basically, buffalo come and buffalo go. And talking of going, we are not going to go anywhere.
Founded in 1973, the Endangered Wildlife Trust has consistently and effectively worked towards achieving our conservation legacy. Contribute to this legacy by visiting EWT's Get Wild eShop and purchase products with a purpose.
I got into wildlife filmmaking because of a passion for nature and a notion that I could make a difference. Helping others fall in love with nature brings meaning to what I do. It's also a lot of fun. A couple of times per week we receive some very heartfelt messages from viewers telling us about how WildEarth has made a difference in their life, whether it's helped them through a difficult period or simply helped them to reconnect with nature. I think that's why we do what we do.
This is a battle of 2 great carnivores of the African wilderness. Whew. Whoa! You don't want to be under those jaws. Definitely, this round goes to the lion. Look at that. Fantastic.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Hello everyone, my name is Trishala and I am a naturalist and safari guide here in Djuma Game Reserve in the Sabi Sands in South Africa. I think that the information that we provide and most importantly the questions that you ask give both you and I a really good idea of what's going on. My friend Fernando here, he's a flat-necked chameleon and I love them. They're just these gems that you manage to find in the bush.
Catch up with the guides daily here on WildEarth.
We found some other beautiful antelope here, a nice herd of kudu. There's 2 really nice, beautiful big bulls here. Look at those impressive horns. Still only 2 curls. That additional half a curl is still going to develop there at the top. Sometimes even 3. Look at that. Wow. It takes kudu bulls a long time to mature. About 5 years or so. And it takes them about the same time, 5 or 6 years, to get the full curls and basically all the horns fully formed. And if you compare that to a female kudu, she's sexually matured about 2 years old. So it takes a long time for these males to mature to the point where they can mate. So like this bull here, if he's lucky, he might be able to mate this breeding season. But it looks like he still has a way to go. So these young males that haven't fully developed, their horns are not fully developed. I can see that he's got impressive horns, he's beautiful, but they're still not fully developed. He will be outcompeted by any larger, more dominant bulls when breeding time comes along. So usually they breed in winter. And so that's because they want the majority of their calves. Look at him checking it out. They want the majority of the calves to drop around February, January, February. Here's another one coming along. I love that beard. Now you can see at the moment that both these bulls, so kudu males don't usually hold a territory. They can engage in territorial behavior in the breeding season, and they can be dominance displays and fights and things like that, but they don't maintain territories. You can see that these two are happily chilling together, chomping down on a late afternoon snack. And that's because, to me, they're still not old enough to really compete with the older males. Unfortunately for the males, a lot of them die by the time they're about 8 or 9 years old. And that's actually as a result of the fact that they mature so late. And even though they may have developed their horns fully by the time they're 6 years old, and matured sexually by the time they're 5, they only end up mating around 7 or 8 years old, because there's these large bulls that have gone through the same process of this maturing late that will outcompete them. And what ends up happening is it becomes such an intensive time for a bull that's about 8 or 9 years old that a lot of them die after that. Hi Charlie, you'd like to know, what do kudus eat in the dry season? Kudus are browsers, so although they will take grass if they're really pressed for vegetation, but they're unlikely to find a lot of good grass in the dry season. They're more likely to find viable foliage that they will eat. So what they'll do is they'll move around a lot until they find something that they can eat. And imagine it as a preference to, like, your favorite mixed bag of sweets. That you'll have your favorite ones first, and then once resources get a bit scarce and there's only those 2 that you don't really like left over, you'll still eat them, but you don't particularly like it. So that's what tends to happen, because there are plants and vegetation that keep their leaves during the winter, and then they can continue to eat it. But with kudus, apart from the fact that they browse, they also take things like seed pods, little tubers. Sometimes find them eating flowers, little herbivorous plants as well. Not herbivorous plants, but little herbs. Those are shorter, non-woody plants. Hello, miss. They look so, like such proud antelope to me, standing really tall and strong. I want to show you, there's a young male that she's walking towards now at the moment. He looks quite sweet, you can see he's starting to get fluff in all the right places there under his chin. And of course the horns that are poking out. Getting a bit dark around the face as well. Can you see that his muzzle's gotten darker and as it goes down towards his neck? They really are very impressive. If you ever get a chance, you know, around South Africa, there's often statues of kudu and things like that. Go and stand next to one, because this doesn't give you a true impression of just how tall these animals are. They're really, really, really tall. In fact, it's the second tallest antelope in Southern Africa. The tallest one is the eland. The eland also, by the way, is also related, you know, talking about the Nyalas earlier and whether they're related to kudu. And we were talking about Tragalephini, which is the tribe that these antelopes fit into, spiral horned antelopes. The eland is also one of those, also falls into that category. What have you found there? That's a bone. I think it's a bone. Yeah. No, don't swallow it. Just chew it, please. You find that there are very many antelope and other animals that are ordinarily herbivorous that will engage in osteophagy, which is the eating of bone, or the chewing of bone rather. As they chew to release calcium and phosphorus that they may be left out of their diet at the moment. It can happen when there's resource scarcity. But they usually chew and then the powdery bits get digested and swallowed. Can't say I've seen one swallow a whole bone. Hi, Adrian. Look at this little one. What's going on there? Can I have some? Hi, Adrian. You say that this is actually a really cool sighting. It is. They're very nice and relaxed and kudu-like thickets. They're not often in an open area, but this particular spot, there's an open bit between us and the kudu, and there's a thicket where they are. So it means that they're very comfortable where they are, and we get to view them. You also see the great use of that coloration of using light and shadow as a way to disrupt their outline. Now it's time to sit and ruminate. Are you gonna throw up another ball for us? Oh, there it comes. history. You say that struggle was real with the bone chewing. Yep, that struggle was totally real. I was thinking which one of these kudu are going to step up and give that lovely cow the Heimlich. Yeah, she's still going at it, Darren. I just saw her with her mouth in the air, and I was like, what are you doing? And then I see she dropped it again. Entertain us, beautiful cow, with your bone-chewing activity. In my professional and educated opinion, I would say that you need to find a smaller bone. One that you might actually be able to grind. This is actually a great look at what the purpose of a tongue is. The tongue is not to taste. The tongue, it has developed to taste, but in fact it's to maneuver food. That is the sole purpose and the primary purpose of that, not sole, but primary purpose of the tongue is to maneuver food. And here we've got a great example of that. Well, this was thoroughly entertaining. I might stick with her. Just make sure she doesn't choke.
This little creature is a rainbow skink, and there are a number of them on these rocks here, which are using this vantage point to get the last of the sun's rays. I can tell you, though it feels quite warm now, with this wind blowing, I think it will cool down very quickly tonight. And these lizards being ectothermic, meaning they need to gather their heat from outside their body in order to sustain their body functions. They'll need to get as much of this warmth as possible, and they'll have to hide themselves deep down in these cracks in these rocks in order to remain warm enough to survive the night. I mean, they can go into a kind of dormant state, but unless they can warm up, they won't be able to move. So right now they skitter very quickly along these rocks. They've had the whole day to warm up. But during the night they'll cool down enough that in the morning they'll have to spend a long time warming up. I can tell you from experience, these rocks are not warm overnight. Very deep down inside, but the outside of these rocks, there's just not enough sunlight in the day during the winter to keep them nice and warm. It's actually really cool to be up on these rocks, though. This is exactly what I was looking for. Lots of little creatures moving around these nooks and crannies. This was a really nice rock because there's lots of dead wood, there's plenty of cracks in it, there's lots of leaf litter. It's the perfect place for these little reptiles. I was even hoping maybe for a snake or two. Plenty of different types of snakes will also like being on these rocks. And these are social lizards. There's loads of them here. There are at least 5, I think Craig pointed out. I can only see 2 from here. I could see 3 at one point. But there might be about 5 of them up here. And they tend to be quite okay with each other. Although every now and again there's competition over the females. The males can be quite fierce, chasing each other around. It's not the breeding season though. It's cold, it's winter, it's time to just relax, keep warm and stay alive.
Shortly, Rexon. The buffalo have moved off, but good news. The lions have been found, and they are close behind the buffalo. The pride is not confirmed yet. There's speculation it might be the Ngahuma pride, but I can't confirm, of course, until I see them. But we are going to head that way. Buffalo, did you guys hear that? Matthew, you are right. Where's there's buffalo? Where there are buffalo, the lions are not too far behind, you're right. They follow the scent, they follow the audio. Doesn't need to be visual. Buffalo are noisy. They're really noisy, and of course you can smell them. My goodness, you can smell them. So you're right, the lions follow them. It's probably too hot for them right now. But depending on which pride it is and how hungry they are, I think they're going to get mobile and follow these buffalo. It's all getting so much more interesting now. But one thing I thought was really interesting about buffalo is that there was a paper it was published in 1991, to be honest, that's quite old, by Brown et al. And it did suggest that buffalo may actually experience selective gonadal suppression, which is possibly related to social status. Now, what that means is that if you're higher ranked, then you're going to sort of produce lots of sperm, higher testosterone levels, and really valuable sperm. But if you're suppressed, then your testosterone levels are going to drop, and you're maybe going to produce very, very little sperm, if any, and it could possibly be very weak. The production is weak. And therefore, it's similar to wild dogs. How can higher ranked individuals, alpha pairs, or the most dominant bull suppress that of others? And this topic really fascinates me. Is it just behavior? Is it behavior that then causes a sort of biological change, which then causes a hormonal change, which then suppresses your reproductive ability? I mean, with wild dogs, it is said to be behavioral. The behavior of the alpha pair then suppresses. But is there secondary effects going on there? Are there hormone-related factors, pheromone-related factors that are also happening? So yes, it happens at a behavioral level, but there has to be other things going on. And I wonder with buffalo, how can those high-ranked bulls suppress gonadal suppression of those lower-ranked bulls? That's really, really fascinating stuff. To suppress the reproductive ability, be it testosterone, sperm production, the viability of sperm, just by being a lower-ranked individual in a herd. That's really fascinating. And of course, it will be along the lines of sexual selection. The stronger genes are passed on, the more dominant bull gets to mate. He's got stronger sperm, he's got more testosterone, and therefore it will be his genes, the stronger genes, the more viable genes. This is the stragglers of the herd. I've got a sneaky suspicion it could be the Nkuhumas, just because of where we are right now. Talamatis were on the northern cut line yesterday. I think we should bumble towards the lions. We have called ourselves in. This sort of etiquette to make your way there. Sorry, Elton, one more time. Our radios are on their last legs. Oh my goodness. Okay, there's a lion. He's stalking. She's stalking. She's watching a buffalo. Okay, they've been called in a lot further away. I don't think anyone knows this lioness is here. Wow. Okay, hold on. Owen, I don't want to block her. I'm not going to block this lioness. I'm going to go behind her. Is it a lioness or a sub-adult male? I think it's a male. Oh, so the rest of the pride are not here. This is one individual watching the buffalo. Was here the whole time. You were right in that comment. Wherever there are buffalo, there's a lion not too far behind, literally. I don't think, Matthew, you meant it that literal, but hey. Hello? Wow, okay, Owen, let's do a quick U-turn so we don't miss any of this scenario. It's really important that you don't block a predator's line of sight. Any predator that's hunting, even if it is just a monitor lizard, you should never position yourself in such a manner that you are blocking. If the predator, it's getting closer, chooses to utilize your vehicle, then that's a different story. Sonia, I think when it comes to an adult bull, it needs to be a collective effort. It needs to be a sort of real cooperative collective effort from many members of the pride. Hello, boy. Look at you and your little mane. He's turned away in the opposite direction now. Because of that reason, Sonia, he can't do it alone. A calf, maybe. If he was able to get access to a calf, if there was a calf lagging behind, maybe with an injured leg or a little bit weak, a little bit sick, yes, but a bull, no. Wow. I'm not going to off-road right now. This block is what we call very hairy. It's not actually hairy, but I'm going to bumble on and just see if I can find out where the rest of the pride are. If anyone recognises that sub-adult male, let me know. I have a funny feeling it is the Gohumas. We're very far down south. The buffalo are there. Oh, and let me know if you... got him. He's watching. He's not going to do it alone, though. He's hungry. You see him? Wow, this afternoon just got a lot hotter. I'm going to reverse. Shane, lions are said to be able to eat about 20% of their own body weight. It can even be a little bit more than that, stretched to 25% of their own body weight. Now, that is a lot. Their stomachs are equipped to do so, though they can stretch. I mean, all our stomachs can stretch, can't they? I need to pay attention to my reversing here. And this is because of the sort of feast or famine lifestyle. Food is not guaranteed out here in the wild. And that's why when they do find food, lions will guard their carcass, especially if it's a buffalo and it's a large carcass. They're aware that scavengers will come and they will really sort of gorge themselves. I can see them. They will eat and eat and eat until their bellies are just so full and they really can't move. But it's not because they're greedy or gluttonous, it is because of this lifestyle that the predators lead out here. I'm not sure what to do here. I don't want to leave this young male, but I do think I probably should just find out exactly where the rest of the pride are. So that is exactly what I'm going to do.
We know how important it is for young people to have a connection to nature through our live safaris. They are the future protectors of the planet. Over the years, we have been joined on safari by schools from all over the world.
seeing those students connecting with somebody lifetime in Africa, what else could you ask for? It's just an incredible experience for everyone.
Believe it or not, but that is the dropping of a giraffe. Do you believe that?
Students, about probably 3,000 from New South Wales, have just enjoyed this live streaming.
And we learned that some trees are male and female. That's pretty cool, right?
We were able to experience what it was like in South Africa and to see a whole lot of different creatures.
Educating our youth about the environmental threats we face is critical. Our future depends on it. The Wildlife and Environment Society of South Africa, WESA, is actively leading the charge. Their goal is to encourage children to fall in love with our natural world and to empower them to live sustainably in the future. Through their school programs, the children learn to report on environmental issues through videos, articles, and photos.
The YRE program has changed my life in so many beneficial ways. Being out there at the workshops, I was entitled to talk with others, socialize, as well as my writing skills and leadership skills have improved, so it has been great.
WESA is a membership-based organization. By joining WESA, you will be helping to provide valuable support for these youth education initiatives.
Hi, my name is Tristan Dix, and I am a guide here at Djuma Private Game Reserve for WildEarth. We love connecting you to the African bush, and we always look forward to all of your questions. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, you'll need to register on the website. Once registered, go to our live safari page and submit a question below the live feed. Catch up with me on WildEarth.
Ngala just comes from the north.
Our brown snake eagle is really surveying the area. Oh, those eyes are so striking. So I'm saying to you that it's very easy to identify a snake eagle for obviously the feet having, the legs having no feathers on them. The other very obvious one is those yellow, bright yellow striking eyes. And the beak is grey, dark, doesn't have a yellow tip at the end or anything like that. Look at that, you can see its size and its presence now where we've pulled out like that. A 2 kg bird. You can still hear the squirrels around it. Now, even though they have scaly legs that can protect them from being bitten by snakes in a sense that's less vascularized, a lot of these snakes have had injuries from snakes. A lot of these eagles, these snake eagles have had injuries from snakes. Even though they've been known to take very large snakes, like over 2 meter black mambas, they've been recorded taking those snakes. They obviously, if they get struck on the body, they're going to die. But another common problem that is encountered by them is that they're blinded by spitting cobras. But a beautiful, beautiful bird. Love spending time with them. Well, Lauren has had an exciting afternoon. It seems that she's found the pride. Why don't you have a look there while I swing round to the dam wall again?
We've caught up with the rest of the lions, and I believe they're staring at a different group of buffalo. I can't tell which pride it is from here, I'm afraid, but I know some of you are. Incredible. That ID. Something tells me it's in Kuhumas, but really, with the way the Talamatis have been traversing, it could also be the Talamatis. I had no plans for this afternoon, and I really did not expect this. I was planning on going for more tea with the Wigs. Mr. and Mrs. Wig. They're all very alert. That is not chilled lions. That's on alert, watching, listening lions. That's not sleepy kitties. But they're all awake. I mean, I can only see 3 right now, and of course there was that young male. But a buffalo kill naturally would keep... Oh, someone else has just stood up. Look at that one. Got another body.
These are not the pipe. So this buffalo seems like, with my understanding, you must be between the pipe.
Many of you are bracing yourself. Yes, I know. It might not happen, but if it does, it will be my first one. I've had many attempts, many fails with buffalo, but it's definitely not an easy watch, and it's not for sensitive viewers. But we're not quite there yet. I can just see the tension. Look how alert they are. Apparently they've been following the buffaloes since this morning.
My entire life, I didn't see this cry.
Jason, you're right. These guys are definitely 100% on a mission. Whether it results in success is a different story, but you are right. They're on a mission. And we were talking about the success rate of wild dogs the other day, and you have to be careful because it's normally quite a generalized figure. It's going to depend on habitat, terrain, pack numbers, pack skill, but generally it's high. The figure for lions sits at around 30%. Again, it will differ depending on the areas. The success of lions in the Sabi Sands will differ from the success of lions possibly in the Masai Mara. So it differs across the board, but they do. Oh, that buffalo. Look at buffalo chasing them. Did you see that one lioness just yawn? Oh my goodness. Goodness, what a standoff. Renee, absolutely not. They don't need the help of the big male lion. Male lions do help. They are powerful, incredible hunters. But when you've got enough females and enough sub-adults, as both the prides do, they don't need the male lion. He would help, but they don't need him, for sure. I can't believe this. I did not anticipate this to happen this afternoon. But the buffalo have clearly spotted them, and this is a different herd from the one that Owen and I were showing you earlier. They need everyone to be coordinated. They need everybody to be ready. They need to choose the right gap, come from behind the buffalo. Has anyone been able to identify the pride yet? Okay, not yet. That's fine. I'm not sure. It's best not to guess out here because you can get it wrong. Okay, this is definitely not the best position, I know, but we've got vehicles. It's a very narrow little road, and a buffalo could run out at any moment, so we are just going to sit tight. It's also still quite hot. Nothing might happen just yet, but these lions are going to try. At some point, they are going to attempt to hunt for sure. I think it's gone quiet for now. They know they've been spotted. They know the buffalo are completely aware that they are. See the tail swishing. It's the only view we can give you right now, I'm afraid. Are you trying to bite your own tail? That's exactly what I would do if I had a tail. I didn't catch that name, but Jess, the calves have to be protected. They have to be right in the middle of that herd. They're small, they're vulnerable, easy pickings. But I don't know how many buffalo we've got here. I feel like this is possibly the stragglers. The actual main herd is the ones we had earlier on the other side of this drainage. I don't think it's two separate herds. I think these are probably the stragglers. Exactly what the lions are looking for. I think all the action has died down for now. I mean, it's 4 o'clock here in South Africa. I can start to feel the relief of the sun going down a little bit. Okay, we're going to sit tight here. Elton will be on the ball if anything happens, but for now we are going to send you across to Mike, who's made his way to the dam.
So we are back at Leopard Dam. We did a big loop up to the rocky ridges, found some cool stuff. Didn't really see any tracks and signs of the leopards that we were looking for, but there was a bit of hyena activity up there. Now we're back, just waiting for something to come down to the waters, the tranquil waters of Leopard Dam. The wind has been blowing a little bit. It seems to be calming down right now, which is quite nice. I might just sit and enjoy it for a moment. A few birds calling. In fact, there's some rattling cisticolas that have been making a little bit of noise now for a little bit of time. I wonder what they've seen. Could be a mongoose or a snake, maybe at the water's edge. In fact, I can see where they're sitting. Let me see if I can point them out to you. No. Just where that fallen log is over there, the fallen tree that's in the water. All the rattling cisticolas are there. I think they're just coming down to the water's edge to drink. Close to where that water thickney is, just at the base there. Maybe that's what they're not happy about. Maybe they don't like the water thickney. It's a bit mean. It's just living its life. Anyways, let's just have a moment to enjoy the peace and quiet. Only are the rattling cisticolas very vocal, but there's a grey go-away bird that's also stretching its vocal cords out on the right somewhere, making lots of noise. It doesn't sound like it's bothered by anything. Oh, there it flies across. It's going to go to land. The very top of that leadwood tree now. It's just gone to land. Very difficult, I think, with all the branches and the sun right behind it. I suspect that it's coming down to have a drink. Maybe just calling to any of its mates that want to come. Better safety in numbers. Beautiful here, the dam. Very much enjoying it. As you can see, my little stool, nothing better than sitting and enjoying the tranquility. Yeah, as I suspected, there's something that just came down to drink. It looks like a dove though, not the grey go-away bird, just beyond that fallen log, just walking down to the water's edge. Now you'll find once one starts coming down, many others will probably start arriving as well, especially when it comes to birds. They are very, very vulnerable when they're drinking. It's pretty interesting though. Let me just have a look there quickly. That dove is actually going straight into the water. That's interesting. Oh no, I thought it was maybe going to have a bath, but no. Just having a little bit of a sip. Still enjoying the tranquility and just still looking at that water thickney down there. It seems to pop out every afternoon at exactly the same time. As the sun starts to go down, I think it actually hides in that little thicket. Wondered if it was a young one. I don't know, Craig, if you're actually able to see it. It's got massive eyes. Now, for those of you at home who've been watching for a while, you know that water thickneys are nocturnal, and for those of you who haven't and might be tuning in for the first time, that's a really awesome bird. It's got one of the largest eye to body size ratios of all the... Oh, look at that! It's a pied kingfisher that just came down and dived into the water. Did it catch something, though? That's the question. I don't think it did. Oh, that was really awesome. Right in front of... Did you manage to get that? Did you see it? Oh, it was just to the right of that water thickney. It's flown up into a small tree. Now, here it comes again. There it's hovering. Wait for it, wait for it. Coming lower, lower, lower. Oh, it's pinpointing. Oh, at the last moment, I think whatever it was trying to hunt must have swum away. So watch that. It hovers and watches movement just below the surface. But now it looks like it's going to go and find a new hunting ground, because when it dived into the water like that, it probably would have chased away whatever was close by. Now that's interesting. Now sitting on a dead log right above the water. Look at that, once again, hovering. Now it doesn't look like it's very successful, but we watched it the other day. In a short time, it managed to catch at least 3 times fish or frogs. It's actually a very, very good hunter. I'm sure if we wait long enough, we'll get to see what it's going to have for dinner.
4, 3, 1.
Well, we are here at Chitwa Dam Wall, and having a look, oh, not the dam wall actually, well, we can see the dam wall, but we're at Chitwa Dam, having a look at the lovely hippos. But not too much going on. At least not on this side of the dam. On the other side of the dam wall is Thandi. It's just that it's super busy, but I have put myself in the lineup, so we will get to see her eventually, however brief it may be, but we will get to see her. So we're just going to wait patiently in this area and have a look at the nice hippos. Soon it'll be cooling down sufficiently for them to come out and graze, enjoy the last bits of very juicy grass around the edges of the dam where it's still a little bit green. I could hear a fish eagle earlier, but I actually thought it was going to come when I arrived at the dam, at Chitwa Dam. That's where I'd see it. But it seems like when I came here, didn't see any fish eagles, so the sound that I was hearing must have emanated from one of the other dams. But we have actually been seeing a fish eagle sometimes there by Baboon Pan, so maybe it was there. But we still see the couple that is around here, but obviously they move around a bit. They don't just stay on the same tree. I just saw a squirrel run for its life. I was hoping that it would stop so we could at least see it. Oh, Darren, it's running towards us. Never mind. It's tucked behind this dead tree. Oh, there it goes. It's on the tree at the moment towards the bottom. Darren has had an interesting experience with the squirrel. When he just started, like the first time he'd ever come here, the squirrel that we had in camp, it walked on the breakfast table and stole a sliced cheese from Darren's plate. It's just at the base of the tree now. Just at the bottom. You'll see it in that shade here. There it is. Oh. Hello, little. Oh, you can see it's still quite small. It hasn't gotten that big fluffy bits in the tail just yet. Enjoying itself a nut. Well, I also just enjoyed a nut myself. I love watching them forage like this because so often when we see them, we stop the vehicle, so they're already aware of the presence of the vehicle moving in their direction. And in this case, it's quite obvious that we had stopped and were looking at the hippos and it moved towards us. So you can actually see it going about its business. Hi, Donna, you're 10 years old. You'd like to know if we have chipmunks in South Africa? No, we don't. But chipmunks and squirrels are very closely related. In fact, chipmunks are basically squirrels. Or types of squirrels, rather, but we don't get them here. Can see that he's really showing us his impressiveness today. Oh, that mustn't have been very tasty. Now don't keep eating it. I just need to check this radio. The radio comes at Chitwa's, or in the east is bad at best. So I've got to decipher what people are saying. I'm sorry, I'm paying attention to the vehicles that are in the sighting that are quite close by, as well as the radio, and talking to you guys and watching the squirrel. Let's talk about it. It's obvious. Yes, he has very well-developed reproductive organs, or rather reproductive parts. And And that's because he's a little male. And, oh, there you go, popped out there. And they do have quite a proportionately very large testicles. Hi, Chris. You'd like to know if squirrels scavenge meat as well? These babblers are talking over me. Well, I mean, they don't really scavenge meat as such, but they love little insects, moths especially. Oh, I see two more on the other side now. There we go. They scavenge meat especially, or rather they scavenge insects. Herbie is just driving past me and sending us kisses, everyone. Kisses from Herbie, everybody. They do eat meat, but I can say especially moths and little insects, and I guess you can say they scavenge it because I've seen them eat dead ones, not ones they've killed themselves. But they are omnivorous, yes. My preference always goes to fruits and nuts. Catching their last bits of sun before they've got to turn in. Alright, sorry guys, I'm going to have to give you the terrible chitwa comms, otherwise I won't know what's going on. No worries. Elton has saved us. Alright, I'm going to see what's up with the Thandi sighting. Hopefully we'll be with her in a bit.
I'm leaving Thandi Mafazi Yunga. I'm leaving one Koro station on lock.
The annual Safari Guide of the Year competition aims to create awareness for those men and women who dedicate their lives to tourism and wildlife. This year's event will be held at Marataba, a breathtaking privately managed section of the Marakele National Park in South Africa's Limpopo province. In celebration of this, WildEarth and Marataba Luxury Lodges are offering all explorers a chance to win a 3-night stay at Marataba Safari Lodge for you and a friend. In addition to a spectacular land-based safari, Marataba Luxury Lodges offer an opportunity for guests to cruise peacefully along the Matlabas River, watching the animals as they drink and wallow. The lodge offers you a chance to lie by the pool or enjoy a spa treatment, and one night could be spent sleeping out under the stars in a luxurious treehouse. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer before the 30th of June, and it could be you heading off on a long-awaited getaway. WildEarth Explorers. It's in your nature.
Hi everybody, I'm Tiana, I'm from Johannesburg, and I am one of WildEarth's biggest fans.
Been watching for 4 years, DG here from the Ozarks.
It's been 4 years for me and I'm not leaving anytime soon.
It's given me a time away from the hassles of the city, and it's given me a connection to a place that has stolen my heart, which is Africa.
Last year we lost our son, and now we're just watching WildEarth. Love to all you guys.
You are reminding us of the role that we play in nature conservation, each and every one of us. You have reconnected myself to a dream that I had as a child to get involved in nature conservation, and for that I'm really grateful for as well. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
I'm Nikki here at andBeyond Ngala in South Africa. I love getting questions from viewers about all the small things within the environment and how it all is integrated with one another. If you want to ask me any questions, please simply register with the WildEarth website, head across to the live safari page, and then post your questions there. I'm looking forward to chatting to you on my next WildEarth drive.
Tensions are high. We've left the lions. Oh, and I think there's just nice visuals a little bit along to the side. The sighting got extremely busy, so we had to leave, but we're back on the lineup. So once everyone's had their turn, we'll be back on the lineup. We're back with the original herd, and tensions are high. All the males are fighting. And remember, when males start to get territorial and fight, it's not a good idea. There are lions around. I think I'm just going to reposition ever so slightly. Oh, lions, see? And the males create a bit of a stampede when they fight like that. So the lions haven't moved just yet, don't worry. But we will go back round. We will be in that lineup once again. Can you hear that? That's some clashing. You can hear it. It's incredible. I think I can reposition just marginally again. When you've just got to be careful when you're around. Don't race into any sighting, that's for sure. Can you get them from here, Owen? It's tricky to keep moving. Just see all the dust. Wow, this is not a mock fight, everyone. This is a real deal. Sometimes you'll see them mounting and mocking, and this is the real deal. Those have both moved off. So much action today. Thank goodness. Havana, you're saying they're fighting when the lions are around. Strange. I know. Once that sort of urge comes over in the males, but I don't know if this herd, remember, this is a different herd from the ones you saw with the lions. This is the original herd. I'm not sure these guys know the lions are here. The other ones do. But this herd, I'm not so sure. But prey species generally tend to forget quickly. Same with impala. Same with various different antelopes. Once the sort of threat is not so imminent, it's not so in their face, they do tend to forget quickly. I guess it's a survival technique. But I'm not sure these guys know the lions are here. But that was one bull definitely exerting his dominance over another. sound of their horns clashing just vibrates right through you. They say it's like a car driving at 50 or 60 k's per hour, smashing into a brick wall. That's what it's like when a male buffalo bull uses his full power to clash into another one using the horn boss. Now that is unbelievable. Look at that tiny calf there. Oh, and that really small one. That's very young. Extremely vulnerable. My goodness, we're going to keep up with all this action and get back to the lions as soon as we can, but you guys are going to head over to the most beautiful Tswalu. We have made it, squeezed ourselves to see Thandi. There she is lying on the bank there. I won't be able to spend much time with her because there's quite a lineup for the sighting. So I might actually have to be out of here after the segment. I know it's sad, but I'd rather share her with you and get to see her together than not at all, right? Even if it is a precious short moment. Yeah, she is looking great. You can see that she's flopped down there, but we did see her earlier when we had first realized that, or when we first put ourselves in the lineup and we drove past the dam wall, she was actually moving. That was when we saw her and we decided to stop there by the squirrels to wait. She was looking fantastic. And the reason I'm talking about that is because remember it was yesterday we were talking about whether I think she's got another litter in her, and I said it's all got to do with her condition. She is instinctively going to mate, and she will be able to mate for as long as she is alive, be able to reproduce. She won't lose that ability. It all comes down to whether she's in the condition to produce cubs, and she's looking great. It seems like this is the place for these two. When I just arrived on Chitwa this afternoon, I came straight here and had a look. But so she was obviously hidden quite well in the thickets, and we just managed to see her when she came out. Oh, you all are saying you don't often see Thandi just resting peacefully? Well, she has to do it sometime, right? She can't be the fierce leopardess that she is all the time, can she? She has to rest, especially with a cub like Marims, who's jumping around, very energetic, likes to play with her. You can tell that a leopard is very, very, very used to cars. When another vehicle can join the sighting, we're quite far from them, but the vehicles that are very close to her can join the sighting, and she doesn't even lift up her head. So usually a leopard that's just,
accustomed to the vehicles will generally lift up their head when they see a vehicle arrive, or they hear it and they want to see it. But Thandi just does not care, not one bit. There was a little bit of movement there, but she's going to flop down in no time. Normally you'll see them get up, just lift up their head. It's not because they're uncomfortable, but rather it's because they are curious about what sound is being made and basically what's making the sound. So they want to kind of bring together their senses. They can smell something, they can hear something, but they want to be able to see it too. So it's not that they are uncomfortable. It's just that Thandi is so used to it that she doesn't even need to lift her head up. Tyler, you say at least she won't give us the slip this time. Yes, she won't, but also we won't be able to follow her. But that's okay. We can have a nice, calm, non-moving sighting with Thandi. It'd just be great if she did get up for us. So Marips is not far away. He's just deep in a drainage where obviously we will not be able to broadcast or get signal down there, but not very far from here. In fact, a continuation of this drainage. As it moves a little bit south, it kind of turns and moves south, that drainage right there. He's about 500 meters, 600 meters away from her. Now, apparently they did have a kill in this drainage. But the kill is now gone. I have no idea what it was, but obviously they've eaten. And what I'd like to say is donate the rest to any scavengers. Although it's likely that Marips had dropped it. Well, we'll see if we can stick around for any longer. But if not, we'll move on. Either way, I'm very glad to have spent this time with you and Thandi.
We are just walking in the drainage line that leads to Leopard Dam, and it's actually really beautiful. I've never walked down here before because it is normally very thick with grass this high. Thickets all around us, but it's really nice to be able to just walk amongst these tambuti trees in this grassy area along this game path, and you kind of just really wonder what kind of animals would have walked here and how long for did animals walk here? Was it millions of years? Was it hundreds of years? Have elephants always known about these pathways even though they were blocked for a while? What kind of animals have been moving around? Apparently the audio is a little bit funky. Here, I'm just going to have to leave it there for now whilst we walk around. Just watch out there behind you, Craig. So you can see it's a really beautiful little game path. It really just walks and meanders its way through these trees so beautifully. And the area, although is quite thick, you judge thickness in different ways. Can you see 20 meters? Can you see 40 meters? Can we hear things around us? We certainly can hear a lot of stuff. It's very quiet, it's very still. We'd be able to hear any of the animals making small sounds and movements, or even larger animals. It's really one of those important things we take into consideration as we walk through the bush. And such a wonderful thing to be able to bring you out here as well, to listen to some of these sounds and experience some of these things. Because walking in the bush is completely different to driving in the bush. When you walk in the bush, it's really to be able to feel the soil, to smell the stuff around you. You've not got the sound of the vehicle, you haven't got the smell of the vehicle. You can touch the grass as you walk past, you can feel the textures. It's one of the most incredible things I've managed to do in my life, and I hope I get to do it for a lot longer.
We're still with the big herd of buff, but very, very shortly we'll be making our way back to the lions. I just need to get on the radio, find out what is happening. But it's getting nice and cool. It's almost 5 p.m. now. It's really perfect hunting conditions, to be honest. I just wonder how it'll go down, what's going to happen. Are the lions going to get lucky, or are the buffalo going to win? Right next to Treehouse Dam. They must have already drank, because buffalo are highly water dependent, as I managed, and they can drink up to 35 litres at one go, which is just incredible. So the fact that they've not done that means we must have missed that. They must have already been at the dam, and they're slowly starting to move off. They're slowly starting to go south. Follow the herd, guys, follow the herd. Don't be left behind. That's the worst position you can be in. Hello, beautiful. You have a little something in your teeth. Thea, how do you spot an upset buffalo? That's a tricky one. If it's the males and they're upset with each other, you'll hear it, you'll see it, just like what just happened. You heard them horn clashing, you sort of heard their buffalo sound. That was a terrible buffalo sound, but you know what I mean. And they will clash each other. The males will chase each other. If they're upset with you, possibly you're on bushwalk and it's a dagga boy. Dagga boys are known to be quite temperamental and quite dangerous, especially if you're on foot. That's the one thing that I worry about on foot. Hippos and buffalo, not your cats really. Elephants, but buffalo. Why do you worry? Because there's no warning signs. If there's a dagga boy and he is not happy with you, you have no time to escape. They will run at you, and there's very little you can do. With an elephant, you can get on top of mounds, you can normally stand your ground, but with buffaloes and hippos, generally, once they charge, that's it. They're not going to stop by going, hey, or standing up or slamming on to the nearest vehicle. There's really no warning signs, but with each other, it's different. The males will sort of posture, and then if the other male most likely is not responding, then horn clashes will result. And males do fight. As you just witnessed, they're establishing dominance, they're establishing rank. You benefit more to be more dominant. You benefit to be the dominant bull, or one of the dominant bulls, higher up in the rank, on so many levels. Food, females and producing offspring naturally. Oh. There you go. They answered your question. That was a chase. Now, clearly the other bull didn't want to fight. Clearly that other bull knows this is not worth it and ran off. But there you go. You heard the sounds. Posturing, chase, head-on collision. Now, I think we are going to leave the buffaloes and get back onto those lions. Get on back on the radio and find out if we can rejoin the sighting. It's just important out here that everybody gets their turn. It's all very memorable. So, Buffalo, we are going to leave you guys for now. Stay safe. But the lions, we left them at the other side of Treehouse Dam. So we're going to have to do a big loop round again and see if we can locate them. Or rejoin the sighting at least. Seen cows fight. Generally, their energy is more focused on their offspring, their calves. I've never seen it. Possibly they could sort of nudge one another if they're not happy with one another, but really it's not something that I've ever witnessed in cows. Okay, we're back at Treehouse Dam. I think we're going to do this loop. Henry, come in. Oh, silence. The radio is silent.
Standing by.
Hi, Henry. What's the lineup for those in Ngala?
Are you welcome to come and join? I will make space for you.
Perfect. Thanks, Henry. I'll be about 5-10 minutes. I'll let you know when I'm on approach.
Okay, copy.
We're going to head back. Just going to go the long way round. So much action happening around one water body. See, the buffaloes didn't come down this way. The road that the buffaloes travel, littered with buffalo dung tracks, and also and the pastures, the grass are just completely trampled, and that's needed, especially in wintertime. You need buffalo herds to come through to flatten out the grass, to flatten out the area, almost like nature's best lawnmower. Elton can repeat that name, but my favorite predator smell. My goodness. Simone would have to say hyena cubs. Am I allowed to say hyena cubs? Leopards, I really don't get a smell from, other than the butter popcorn. Now that is really something when you smell their urine. If a leopard sort of does a scoosh scoosh against a tree, just lean over, take a big whiff, and it's delicious. So that's definitely one option. But hyena cubs, they have a real hyena milky, I don't know if I'm going to be able to describe it very well, honey, earthy, sour smell that I just love. Lions, I'm afraid, do not smell very lovely. Cheetahs really don't smell, also just like leopards. Wild dogs, as you all know, I think they are the most wonderful species, but they really don't smell great. They smell like very, very strong, acidic, old urine. It's very, very strong. I can find wild dogs normally by scent rather than by vision or audio. Okay, it's going to take us a little bit of time to get back to those lions, but we slowly are going to make our way there. wonder if they still are sort of following behind those buffalo, I would imagine so. Okay, I'm going to get started on my mission ahead, and I believe Tswalu is also on a mission.
We're here.
Copy that, thank you. I'll take the dam and the hyena den road through to Philemon's cut line. Thank you. Hi, guys. So, I'm off to work. There was quite a lineup for Thandi, as you know. But then, on Gauri Main, we got an update that Sabi was in Little Gauri, and then we saw her tracks cross into Djuma. So that's our mission at the moment. We're just kind of scouting about, but then when I called it in, and then I was told that she crossed about 20 minutes ago. So she could be anywhere, but our intention is to basically take a straight line from where she was. She usually won't come up in the north. Where she's more likely to come out is kind of around Treehouse Dam and maybe west-ish, than to continue on north. But hey, leopards have been all over the place these last few days, so I could be making a terrible assumption. I just want to check for tracks here. Oops. To see if she came down to drink at the dam. Doesn't look like there's any tracks here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take Weaver's Nest. So I saw her tracks coming in, and then no tracks along the road as I was moving. So we're going to have to find some tracks. Hopefully we'll find some. And then find Sabi.
We have another wonderful guest with us, Sergio Real. Sergio is a holder of the Ticket to Dream.
I bought a Ticket to Dream because I love WildEarth. All of the guides have been awesome. We've been watching for years, and it's a favorite part of my day to get to watch the drives. I look forward to seeing lots of leopards.
If you want to go on safari with a WildEarth guide, whilst honing your bush knowledge and of course featuring in one of our shows, then head over to our website.
My favorite part of the drive today was definitely an elephant that paid us a visit and came right to our car.
Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer and you could be making your first ever on-screen appearance.
It's amazing being on a live drive in Djuma. It's just fantastic. The scenery is beautiful and the animals are even better.
The Mara Triangle is a jewel in the Kenyan conservation crown, and thanks to the dedication of the Mara Conservancy, it thrives as one of Earth's greatest national treasures.
We have been experiencing a reduction in the whale's nests that we collect on a monthly basis. And this is basically attributed to our intense patrols.
Over the years, this courageous team of anti-poachers has reduced poaching to almost zero.
Mimi naitwa Stephen Olereso. Nimefanya kazi miaka 16 sasa. Kuanzia miaka 2002. Hao wanadamu ni wenye utua sana inaogofya ni wale wenye wanaenda kama ndovu. Wanatumia kama bunduki. Sasa hiyo ndio huwa inakuanga hatari sana kwa sisi.
As a result of the global pandemic and the massive reduction in tourist revenue, the Mara Triangle is facing a financial crisis. They need your help if they are to continue their ability to protect this magical land.
My name is Ross and I'm a field guide at andBeyond Phinda Private Game Reserve. I love getting questions from guests on WildEarth because I love sharing and learning information about nature with new people, and it also makes me feel like you're all joining me in real life. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, then you need to register on our website. Once registered, go to our live Safari page and submit your question below our live feed.
We've made our way back to Leopard Dam, just enjoying the last rays of light shining through the knob thorns and the tempoites down onto the very still waters. Just going to enjoy this for a minute. A lot of bubbles and ripples all over the water surface. So all sorts of things, mostly insects, moving on the surface of the water, but also vegetation that might be oxygenating the water or even just decaying under the water. The occasional fish, some terrapins, quite a few swallows flying over the water surface, mostly wire-tailed swallows, a few African palm swifts as well, catching the insects that are attracted to the water at this time of the evening. Geese about to probably start roosting for the evening. Probably on a sandbank somewhere, maybe up on one of those dead trees in the water. With the cool air setting in, maybe even a leopard, hyena or lion starting to get active. Some pearl-spotted owlets calling in the background. They've started early as well. Very small bird, hunting for rodents and insects. Business that looks like an angel. The tree with the dead, with the weaver's nests all in it. I suppose it could. It could look like an angel. I can agree with that. Looks like the angel wings sticking out. From a different angle, about a year ago, I said it looks like King Kong climbing into a tree, trying to swat all these birds flying around. It's beautiful nonetheless. It's a nice texture, nice shapes, especially with the setting of the sun behind it. I wonder what the tracks and signs at the water's edge will tell us tomorrow about what came to Leopard Dam during the evening. It is very peaceful though, absolutely. I love that you're all appreciating this just like us. It's that time of day when you need to look back on the day and think about all the successes that you had. Just being out here was a success for us. Here comes a grey heron, slowly descending to the water's edge. Welcome. Well, while we appreciate the last of the light and start making our way back to our vehicle, we'll say goodbye to you for tonight. But Laura and Djuma still going to be with you.
We're back with the lions. They're scattered everywhere. I can see Tony bodies everywhere. But it seems like they're not hunting those buffalo anymore. But all it's going to take them is to get up when they eventually decide to get up and head in the direction of that other herd. They're all yawning. Yawning's contagious, as you know. The young males here. I'm not sure if you can get a view of him, Owen. But he's walking right behind us. That's the young male, I think, that was showing a lot of interest in the buffalo earlier. So he's awake, and surely one by one, we all know lions are going to all start to get active. Hello, boy. Are you hungry? I know, me too. They know exactly where the buffalo are. It's not a case of having to find them. It's been a long time since we've had a buffalo kill on Djuma. It lasts a number of days. Feeds a number of predators and scavengers. It would bring all the Djuma clan, vultures, jackals. You won't be able to see her too far off in the distance, but one lioness is moving now. Here we go. Yep. Another young male. So some people have said this is a Talamati pride, and some people said no, it's Nkahumas. I need to look at the lionesses in order to get a good gauge of which pride this is. But if any of you do know, please do share. I spend almost no time with the Nkahumas these days. Yep, they're all getting active. Look, Owen, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, they're all going in exactly the right direction. And there's another one coming. Yep, you got it. She's missing her tail. I wonder if that's a young Talamati sabattle. Okay, we are going to move. Try and see if we can follow them. I don't want to separate them though. There's still a lioness here. There's still one there as well. Yeah, we're just going to sit tight here until this one gets moving. Because they're nocturnal. they are nocturnal, just like we are diurnal, and we yawn and stretch more in the mornings and in the evenings because we're getting ready to settle down for the night or we're waking up. It's exactly the same. Lions are primarily nocturnal, which means that daytime really is for sleeping. Yes, depends on the season and it depends on how hungry they are, but generally speaking, they are nocturnal. Their primary activities happen at night. And that includes vocalization, marking territory, contact calling. Here there's another one, wakening up. Hello. That's blue eye. Looking skinny. Some of these lions are definitely in need of a good meal, that's for sure. Okay, we're just going to figure out where we're going. Yes, most of you are convinced that it's the Talamatis, and I am beginning to wonder the same. I think I saw the one with the lioness, the Salvado, with the stumpy tail and the short back legs. She's gorgeous. She's got a real fox-eyed, beautiful look about her, but she has slightly strange back legs, as if they almost haven't developed completely normally, or normally should we say. I'm pretty sure I saw her, and that looked like blue eye to me. So I think now there's a lioness here that it could in fact be the Talamatis after all, after much confusion. I can smell the buffalo so strong. I just want to check where this other vehicle's going. Yeah, he's going in. We're in a bit of a traffic jam here.
Good shot.
I'm going to reverse. I think this is a bit of an easy pathway for us to get in. Thank you. Okay, we've got two in front of us. The buffalo smell. It's so pungent. I imagine soon we will be able to see them. We're just going to keep moving with them. I'm intentionally driving very cautiously because the grass is still long at this part and you haven't got a visual of all the lions. You have to be careful. I can see 2, 3. I'm just going to position here. Oh, and it's not perfect, but if they come into the open, we'll be able to see them. They're hungry. They're absolutely going to hunt tonight. I just don't know when, and I just don't know what. But 100%, these lions are hungry. Now, if it is a Talamati Pride, which I now am thinking that it is, I'm very close to Gowrie Main. Junction, Treehouse Road with Shibamu. Very close to Gowrie Main, right in the southern section of the reserve. Okay, we're gonna try and reposition a little bit and keep up with our hungry lions.
Well, my big strategy to find Sabui has not worked out, so now we're off to plan B. Plan to go back to first tracks, which is where I am at the moment. But we're just one road in on the fire break, so I'm looking for tracks that would have come out from... So we got a little bit more forward. I'm actually gonna jump out quickly. It's just much easier to look for tracks that way instead of driving and potentially driving over them. So they should be around here. If you were wondering, it's safe for me to do this. I wouldn't jump off if I didn't think it was safe. Sorry if you can hear the game drive, it's on the vehicle. Obviously, before you jump off in the middle of the bush, you want to make sure that there aren't elephants and buffalo, especially around. And lions. I mean, at this time of the evening, I wouldn't want to walk into lions. See, I can't look as carefully if I'm on the vehicle. Okay, I'm pretty much exactly where she crossed. But I don't see anything, not any movement, anything like that. But I think I just need to have a better look. So I'm gonna keep on tracking. Hopefully I'll be a little bit fruitful and we can start with a new strategy to find Sabui.
Look who else is here, everyone. The one and only handsome Darkmane. Hello, Darkmane. I know you can hear me. I saw your ear twitch. Okay, I think the lionesses are onto something and he's sitting behind. He's gonna wait. So I think what we are going to do is just say hi and bye to Darkmane, follow the lionesses, and see what they're up to. Bye, my boy. You lovely, handsome boy. Oh, I just love Darkmane. I have a lioness in front. Okay, I'm just trying to find out where everybody is. Well, E1, 2. Okay, I've got 2 Tony bodies. And Darkmane behind us. They're taking us to quite a tricky brock. You know, we're going to pop out on Philemon's cut line very shortly.
There's a few of them on the termite mound, yeah, nicely silhouetted.
Ooh, perfect. Thank you. I didn't catch that name, but yes, they will. They're mammals, so they're endothermic. They absolutely will feel the cold. They'll adapt. Hair will get thicker. They get the shivery pops or the goosebumps, whatever you want to call it. They'll eat a lot. They eat more. We will see more hunts, more predator activity, and that is because they're fueling their metabolism, their endothermic. Fuel that body. We always feel a little bit warmer when we eat. It's exactly the same for lions. They are mammals just like us. Now, Henry has said, let's go to the termite mound. How do we get to the termite mound? This is tricky, trying to follow a lion pride who have all separated through a block with really thick vegetation. Sorry, Elton, I really am struggling with my radio. Let's try this one more time. Kimberly Lopez, you're saying your day is completely made now that we've got Darkman. Ain't ya, boy? He wants some attention. We can give you... Oh, she's up. The lionesses are on the move. Oh, Darkman's on the move. Just for you, Kimberly. He's such a gentle soul, you know. I'm so fond of Darkman, I really am. And he limps and he struggles, but he survives. The Talamati ladies look after Darkman, let me tell you. I think I am going to reverse. He's heading towards the termite mound where I believe the rest of the pride are. And now that he's moved, we've got a little bit of room to play with. Yeah, I can see Tony bodies over here, because once we sort of continue on with this evening, we are going to lose light, and that's going to be tricky from a human perspective. I think there's a lioness right behind him as well. I think I see an ear. Or in front of him, should I say. Justin, I'm not sure what you mean since he returned. Since the Avokas arrived here, which was when I first arrived here, really, Darkman has always been here. But remember, Djuma's very small, so we sort of normally talk about the northern sector of the Sabi Sands as one, which includes Djuma, Torchwood, Bufosuk. See, Darkman's always been here. He's always with the Talamatis. He did spend most of his time on Bufosuk, but I mean, they cross in and out of Djuma, Bufosuk. Oh. That's such a Darkman move to just pull. He never really left, if that makes sense. He's always been part of the territory that resides over the Nkumas and the Talamatis. Potentially the Torchwood Pride, watch out on. But he never really left. He's always just sort of been here, be it on Djuma or Bufosuk. He's always, we got everybody. 1, 2, 3 at least. Oh my goodness. Can you smell that, Owen? Lion scat. I have no words. We're just talking about smell of predators. This is definitely one of the most unpleasant smells. I am holding my nose in case you wonder why I'm talking funny. They're not ready to get mobile yet. Leslie, I've never really heard the name Super Pride, to be honest, in my time, but it would probably refer to a pride with extremely large number of individuals. And in ecology, which has recently sort of been described as not really a science in a traditional sense, and I have to say I do agree with this new approach to ecology, it's so fluid. It's not, X plus Y equals Z, or 2 hydrogen atoms and 1 oxygen atom makes water. It's not like that. It's very fluid, and I do agree with the new way of thinking. But when you look at, I won't say yawn, I thought it was going to be a contact call, organisms, you will always refer to an ecosystem, a habitat, or a sort of collective grouping of species with a carrying capacity. And that carrying capacity will differ across the board, depending on environment, terrain, resources, seasonal fluctuations, climate fluctuations, variations. It will depend on a huge number of factors as to what that carrying capacity actually is. But what it refers to is the amount of individuals in that pride or clan or pack or herd that is sustainable. Once it exceeds that threshold, it becomes unsustainable. Depending on the species, it may result in aggression or sort of a decrease in reproductive success, death, if certain individuals are not being fed well. So it really depends on the species and all those other external factors I just mentioned. So I've never actually heard of the term as super pride, but I'm guessing it does refer to a really large pride with a high number of individuals. And once that pride does get too large, once it exceeds that natural threshold of the carrying capacity, it will split. You will get a breakaway pride or a breakaway pack or a sort of kinship group, herd. And that will naturally happen because it's just no longer sustainable for that species. So I don't actually know the number of a super pride. I know the prides get very, very large in the Masai Mara. Okay, we're going to sit here and continue to watch our hungry lions.
The Endangered Wildlife Trust fights at the forefront of conservation, across the vast karoo and sweeping grasslands, in remote pockets of forest, along road networks, across African skies, and in communities to conserve our wildlife and wild spaces. Help us to protect forever, together. Donate now at ewt.org.za.
I love being a cam op for WildEarth. The animals coming right up close to you, especially like lions. Sometimes you get nervous, but you have to go with the flow. My favorite animal to film is the elephant because of how big it is. But when it's really up close to you, it's one animal that you would say, I really respect you.
Looks like it's a very difficult climb because every time it tries to climb, the ground is breaking, so it slides down. But it's the only one. Look at that. That is a call of desperation with a cub. It's like, what are you doing, mommy? Oops. Oof.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Delivering 6 hours of HD wildlife content live every day is no small feat. It's a massive team effort, and we all rely on one another. Cam ops have a bit of work to do in the morning, up nice and early, get all the checks out of the way, and make sure we're ready to go live. Helping others fall in love with nature brings meaning to what I do. It's also a lot of fun.
Lots and lots of excitement going on with the lions and the buffalo. So much built up. Maybe by the end of the drive we'll be able to know what's happening. As that's the same, I'm sure it's the same place as the herd that we had this morning. There's so many calves in there. And it'll be obviously sad to see one taken by the lions, but also, you know, the way it is out here, but it would be sad. As for me, I started off with plan A for looking for Sabi. It didn't work out. I thought she might have done a quick loop and then gone out at Twin Dams because she likes to do that. But that's not the case. I didn't see any tracks for her. Then I went for plan B, which was to go along the fire break and pick up on her tracks coming through at least. No luck. The fire break was way too dusty, obviously because it's been burning as well, so there's debris all over the place. I couldn't pick up any tracks. So all I had was the first tracks to go on. And unfortunately, that is not helpful because I've already seen those tracks. That's the tracks that led me into Djuma and started this whole thing. So now what I'm doing is I'm on Zoe's and I'm just going to bumble about and take it easy and then swing round again to Twin Dams because I think she will come out there. It just depends on whether we're gonna be there at the right time. And of course if she even will come out there. So that makes things much more difficult. But we are going to try our hardest to find her. If I find tracks tomorrow morning coming out at Twin Dams, I will not give myself a pat on the back for the fact that I could predict where she was going to come out. But I can so see that happening. How often does that happen? You see the tracks the next day leaving the property. But it won't take us very long to get down there. Plus, like I said, I've already been there, so there are no tracks around. Hadn't been there yet. So we'll do our best. Hi, Hannah. We'd like to know if there's any cheetahs in the Sabi sands. Yes, there certainly is. They're just not in areas that we really traverse. So they need a specific type of habitat in order to use their specialized skill, which is speed. And they need open areas for that. Not these closed areas with lots of thickets. Because in these areas they can literally rip themselves open if they get snagged on a branch traveling at speeds exceeding 100 kilometers per hour, if they do go full throttle out, yeah? So they need open areas. That being said, you're still going to find them, but it's not very common. So I've had cheetah in the Mulwati before, near Vuyatela Dam, on Vuyatela Access, up near the Northern Fire Break, around Gari Cutline. I've had them there, but that's all the cheetah sightings I've ever had in the time that I've been here. And could you believe I went to Phinda, it was March or April, somewhere around then. And we drove into Phinda. There were some tech issues that needed sorting out. Drove into Phinda, and what do we see? In the tree, first thing, it's a cheetah. Big Ellie bull, that's what we stopped to have a look at as we were driving into the camp, and then as the Ellie bull passes, the cheetah just jumps out the tree and runs away. So in an area like this, without those vast open spaces, it's not an area they use, no, they frequent a lot. Not fresh. There were some male leopard tracks on the road, but it was only where cars had not driven. That's also a good indication. So you know, we're not following each other's tracks perfectly on the road, right? So there's a part where one car went like this and the other car went like that, and then you find tracks in between that, and then you know, it just didn't get driven over by all the other vehicles of the day. There are, speaking of cheetahs, some nice open clearings to the north of Buffalo, so closer to Manyeleti, where they do see cheetah off, and that's far too north for us. We don't get any signal up there. Okay. Oh. Hello, you guys. Have you... Oh, we're going into IR, everybody. There we go. Look at that. Like magic. You saw nothing and now you see something. And there's some impala. They're fairly relaxed. They're just because of our sudden movement, moving the camera and stopping, did they react that way? But they're fairly relaxed. So we're going to send you over to Lauren with her lions on the move. And I'm going to go in Western quarantine and see what's happening there.
We've caught up with the whole pride. They've popped out on Philemon's cut line. And look at that. Look at the formation. Dark mane's at the back. Look at the lionesses and the sabados. If Owen can just zoom in a little bit, you'll be able to see their complete positioning. All on a line, all alert. Stations that have got the entire pride, they're on Philemon's cut line.
Lauren, copy that. Are you still going to stay with them for another while?
Firm, make your way.
And I'll rejoin, yeah.
Look at that, the buffalo up ahead. You see this? Of course, Henry, they're watching the Inyari. This is incredible. Do you see those big bulbous bodies in the background? That's the buff. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, we've got an Ingwe at Gowrie Gate.
There's a leopard at Gowrie Dam. I hope Trishala races on around and finds out who that is. Maybe FC can let her know, in case she missed that message, that there is an Ingwe, also known as a leopard, at Gowrie Dam. This is an incredible two-shot OD and in infrared. Elton, can you just pass that message on to Trishala? I'm not sure if she's on Chitwa or not. Wow, this is incredible. They have followed this herd of buffalo from either last night or this morning. The tracks were called in, buffalo tracks with lion tracks following behind. They can't afford to get this wrong, though. Theon, you're saying the wait begins. Oh, yes. And this is exactly the point. It might not happen during drive. It might not happen at all, but you can see a lioness is going back in. They're too exposed on the road. They're watching, but they're exposed. The buffalo will see them coming. They're going to have to silently approach with the element of surprise. And dark means just chilling. Just chilling. And that's another one slinking off. You see that? Slowly. They're not leaving. They're using the bush. Utilizing the bush to get closer to the buffalo. Okay, we're going to sit tight here at this very, very exciting moment, and hopefully some action happens soon. So I am following a jackal, a side-striped jackal, who has just darted into the bush. Oh, it's still in front of us. It's running quite fast. Just in front. We might just see it. If it would just stay still. Hopefully it'll turn into Western quarantine. There we go. Hello, you. Just gorgeous. It's nice to see them. You don't see them often. Anyway, what we're doing is making our way along Viatella axis. Hoping to come up with a leopard. Hey, jackal. You still here? Where's your friend? Usually you see them in pairs. It almost looked like it was waiting for it. Maybe there's one behind us, no? Okay. This is very awesome. I love to see a jackal. Not something you get to see often. Hi. You are one cool canid, aren't you? Now the other jackal we'd get you is a black-backed jackal, and that jackal has a very obvious black back. Doesn't have the white tip to its tail either. Oh, look at it go. Ah, yes, a good poop for us. What is following a carnivore without watching it have a poop? There we go. Off it goes. So we're gonna move on to. We think there might be a leopard close by. Maybe it'll be Sabi, although I doubt it. We'll go find out. Only 2 remain. Everyone else, including Darkmane, has gone into the thicket. So once these lions get up, we're going to just we're not going to follow. We're not going to bundabash. We're just going to wait patiently next to the buffalo. Oh, there's 3. And they're all going to move into the thicket. 4, sorry. My monitor's very small. You see that? Coordinated effort.
Brusham and Singo are actually breaking the rules. We're also just on the Somamile side.
Oh, and are we able just to... There we go. There's the last one. Just look a little bit to the right and see if any other lines are there. There we go. Okay. The Ngala have all headed south into the block. I'm not going to follow. I'm going to head to the Inyari. There's a lioness up here. Oh, up she goes. Okay, I'm just going to pull over the vehicle behind us. There's one more lioness just off to the right here. Definitely not the best visuals I've ever seen, but she's there. Once she moves, we'll go forward. Buffalo are quite far. Many of you are surprised about the patience. Oh, this could go on all night. I am not anticipating a takedown tonight. They are still sussing out the situation, waiting for the cover of darkness, following. This could take all night. Oh, here we go. It's a young male. Okay. Renee, there probably is one lioness who's making the first moves, absolutely. They all tend to follow. It's very tight-knit, social, cohesive behavior. And there most likely is one lioness who's sort of taking the lead and making the first moves, but I couldn't pinpoint who that is at this stage. Okay, I think that's all the lioness who's gone into the thicket. I am just going to check, though. Time to get that trusty old spotlight out. I'm not going to bundabash after them for so many reasons. The safety of my cameraman, the safety of dear Wendy, the safety of myself. Don't want to interrupt the hunt in any way, shape or form. So we're just going to get a little bit closer to the buffalo and sit tight. I've got my patience pants on. They'll be making their way through the block. Sorry, buffalo. Reese, the buffalo calves will stay in the herd, stay with mum, stay nice and tight with mum. So, protected, yes, but they take one wrong step or one wrong direction. And of course, a predator will seize any opportunity that comes their way. But really, the protection comes in the numbers, comes in the adults, so they should be protected, technically speaking. But I do believe dearest Trishala has found her spots.
Yes, in fact, it was at Gowrie Gate. Thank goodness, because I was on my way to Gowrie Dam. But it was at the gate. You can see she's near the tires that drags the roads. It looks like Kara. I see the distinctive nick in the right ear. She's now turned around, so we're going to follow her. Now, because this is an area that's well used by humans, there's lots of things lying around, which means it's very difficult to get through. But it's okay. We'll try our best and hopefully not go over anything. Okay. She was actually hunting. I don't see her. Do you see her? So she was actually hunting, and we managed to spot her just as she pounced. Which made it very easy for us to see her. Ah, there she is. She's going towards the staff village. No, don't go in there. Okay. We're going to see if we can. There you go. There you go. Everyone, you're back with us. Us, I mean Owen, myself, and a lot of buffalo. A lot of buffalo. I wonder if this is a mega herd. They normally use the word megapod in the ocean for numbers of dolphins that exceed 500, anywhere between 500 and 1,000. You would term that a mega pod, not hod. Lauren. And with buffaloes, normally again, mega herd, numbers over 500. It's a lot of buffalo, and it's not the same buffalo that we had earlier. So it's either two separate herds or one massive mega herd.
Let's just sit and listen to the buffalo. Loving the sounds of the night. We may even hear some movement from the lions, but we are just going to continue to sit here and see how it plays out.
Helping kids to fall in love with nature is critical. Our future depends on it. WildEarth has had the opportunity to take many children from all over the world on safari, some from right here on our doorstep.
Welcome to those of you watching from Hananani Primary School, just outside Dixie Village.
They love learning about nature because now we're having a crisis of rhino poaching. We all need each other, so it is very, very important for the kids to learn about animals, on how to save them or even to protect them.
My favorite animal is an elephant because they are very cute, although they're eating the trees or the plants, but they are still very cute to me.
The way they explained the animals, asking questions, and we saw our names on the screen, it was so exciting.
The importance of forests cannot be underestimated. Over 1 billion people live in and around forests, depending on them for fuel, food, medicine, and building materials. The Wildlife and Environment Society of South Africa, WESA, is the national implementer for a program called LEAF. The LEAF program makes use of indigenous forests grown on school properties to teach pupils about biodiversity. This directly instills a sense of ownership of the natural surroundings and reconnects children with our biomes and heritage. WESA needs your help to bring nature back to schools. Ask your school to join the program through the link on their website. Together with WESA, you can help take this incredible program to schools across the country.
My name is Lauren, and I'm currently working in Djuma Private Game Reserve here in South Africa. I love answering your questions during the live safaris. It's my favorite part. It feels like you're on the vehicle with me, and I'm able to teach you exactly what you want to know. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, then you need to register on our website. Once registered, you must go to the live safari page and ask your question below the live feed.
So we've had to leave Kara for obvious reasons. She's gone straight into the staff village. And that is not somewhere we can follow her. But don't worry, people in the staff village know very well. It's the jackal again. Know very well how to handle the presence of a leopard, and she's likely to move through it as opposed to stay in it. This jackal has followed us from camp, pretty much quarantine, to this point where it came off the road, and then I went to Kara and then came back and it's still here. It's a very chilled out jackal. Hello, Mr. Jackal. It's a side-striped jackal. I'm just going to put my lights off. It's going to look worse, but there we go. So it was like running alongside the car and stopping and looking at us. It was very entertaining. And it was nice to see, because I haven't seen a jackal, let alone a side-striped jackal, in a very long time.
Carmen, you say a habituated jackal. Nice. I don't know if you would call it habituated. I would call it a little confused tonight. It was the best and longest jackal sighting I've ever had. Very, very nice. You know, this is another species that could make good use of the fire breaks that have been burned recently. And that's because they'll often take smaller mammals, and the fact that the fire break the fire break burning could cause them to be flushed out, they could also benefit from that. Nose down, sniffing around.
Got something.
Oh, did you manage to catch something? Or maybe it pulled one of those squirrel ones and like half tasted something and then threw the tongue out. Ooh, what's that? Soft. Yes, good place. Have a bit of a pee. Darren, the only thing it looks like it's got is a bad taste in its mouth. Look at it. Look at how chill this is. You know, when we have jackal sightings, it's not like this. It's so nice to see another canid. We see wild dogs. We know that it's the obvious canid we see, but it's nice to see jackals as well. Look at it going through with such purpose. Oh, Canadian pressure. You see a lot of action has happened tonight. Yes, we've been very lucky tonight. Seeing a wide variety. Just lovely. Darren, I think it likes you. Every time you move, it looks at us. When I move, it doesn't really care. Now, side-striped jackals are particularly omnivorous, which is definitely helpful to them, which is also another reason that the burned fire breaks might be helpful to them. They can dig up little juicy bits. It's going behind us now, but we'll reposition. So they're less, that's just our aerial. Let's turn around. They're less carnivore, or they're not as carnivorous as a black-backed jackal, so they can adapt very easily, which is very good for it. Hello, where'd you go? Anybody see me? Hi, lion cub. You'd like to know if I've ever seen a jackal howl at a full moon. I have not seen one howl. I have not seen it do it at the full moon, but I have seen a full moon. So short answer is no. Just hang on, I hear... Oh, there it is there. But it's very unlikely that the impala are going to be alarming at it. There it goes. In the distance. So what we're going to do is we're just going to go along via tele-access once it goes away. Alright, it's moved off now. I'm wondering why the impala have alarm called. It's very unlikely that they would have alarm called at the jackal that's in it, and they're in the thicket as well. All right, gosh, lots of action tonight. Okay, let me send you over to Lauren. She's still in the buffalo herd. We're gonna figure out what these impala are alarming at.
No action on this side yet. My dearest director keeps getting Lauren and Trishala muddled up, which is very bizarre. Are you discombobulated, Elton? But I wasn't talking about the jackal in the full moon. Oh dear, I think we're all discombobulated right now. No action on this side. I think that picture's a little bit too dark, Owen. I think we might need to go a little bit closer, that's it. But the lions are there, just behind the buffalo that you're looking at, or they should be. And the buffalo are starting to lie down. Now, they're a lot more elegant at standing up than elephants or giraffes, but they're still huge animals. It's not easy for them to just jump up like a spring chicken on their 4 legs. It's not even easy for me to jump up like that these days. But they saw the lions earlier, remember. This is a herd that definitely did see the lions. They're all too well aware that predators are lurking around the corner. Just a sea of eyes. I'm just going to shine my spotlight to make sure nothing is moving around the vehicle. Remember, we can only see pitch black around us. We can only see through the infrared. Honey, I agree, they look very alert. I don't see anything around the vehicle. Very, very alert. They have to be. They saw the lions earlier. I think this is the same herd. Always have to be on alert. That's the benefits of being in the herd. This one that's chillaxing at the front there by lying down knows that there's so many other buffalo around them. Someone's going to pick up on the scent, the sound. Possibly not the sight. But right now, they are going to be relying on their eyes. Their ears and their nostrils. Elton's transferred his discombobulation to me. I just love saying that word, discombobulated. See, it's not quick for huge buffalo to get up. I think we can get a little bit closer. The picture looks quite dark. They are all moving off. Something's definitely spooked them. Oh my goodness, they're running. It's like a stampede. Oh my goodness, they're gone. This is where they were. A farm.
Next to my vehicle here, about 100 meters behind you.
Copy, are they mobile?
Yeah, they're mobile towards you.
Copy, I'll pull off to the side. Thanks, Henry. They heard the lions, they know the lions are there. I think maybe... here they come. I don't know. Oh my goodness, here they come. I don't know if they can smell the lions right now. They do have a very, very good sense of smell. But whether they smell the lions right now, I don't know. Charles, is that you approaching? Shal. Shal, is that you?
Lauren, I think Shal's having problems with his radio.
Yeah, I'm just going to ask him to turn the spotlight down.
Ngala still lattering the Nyari. Yeah,
Nah, the buffaloes did react. So, lions are running, buffaloes are running. Oh my goodness. Oh, and the lions are right there. Shal, do you copy?
Shal, do you copy?
Can we just check this? Keep our eye on these lions. Or just look at this. Just what's happening in front of your cover. That's it.
I just see a lion or just hear a buffalo everywhere. Yeah, the lions are further up the road, yeah. No, maybe asking. I don't know if it's you with your lights on.
Can you just turn? Everyone, that was so intense. I'm just going to make sure that we're in a safe spot, but we're not going anywhere.
The road to the east of Ethiopia, or the road to the...
Are you able to just put the infrared there, Sabi? very tense, everyone. I have repositioned my vehicle for safety. But the lions have now gone flat. They know they've been spotted. The buffalo are upset. They're all to sort of this side. And we've just tucked our bum away in the vegetation. They've created a wall of buffalo. Listen to them. Not happy. They can smell. See, we're just getting asked a question about smell. They absolutely can smell the lions. Look at them using their nostrils. They have got good vision. Definitely not as good as the lions at night time. That was just like a wall of buffalo. I was worried that vehicle was going to send them into us. Okay, I've got 3 lions. I can see eye shine there. Someone's in the thicket. I don't think, Owen, you'll be able to get it, but someone's in there. Okay, yeah, these lions are surrounding the herd. They just don't know it. There's the eye shine that I saw. You see that? I can't even really make out what that is, but it's a lioness, I think. Let's look at these ones down here. For lions to bombard and run in when the buffalo herd are as upset as they are, it's not worth it. They could risk serious injuries. Buffalo can fight back. They're equipped with those weapons on the top of their head and that ginormous body mass. Carrie, you are right. This is the definition of safety in numbers. There we go. I think it's better to keep an eye on these lions. Safety in numbers, indeed. Now, if you were a straggler, if you were a calf that took the wrong step, went the wrong way, the lions are on it immediately. Look at them. They'll have all their calves in the center of that herd, completely protected. And they're ready, they're aware. They know there's a threat present. Lions are going, the lions are there. Here. Right here. Here, Owen. They're going after it. They're getting closer. Okay, we're going to sit tight here and continue to watch and see what happens.
The annual Safari Guide of the Year competition aims to create awareness for those men and women who dedicate their lives to tourism and wildlife. This year's event will be held at Marataba, a breathtaking privately managed section of the Marakele National Park in South Africa's Limpopo province. In celebration of this, WildEarth and Marataba Luxury Lodges are offering all explorers a chance to win a 3-night stay at Marataba Safari Lodge for you and a friend. In addition to a spectacular spectacular land-based safari, Marriott Harbour luxury lodges offer an opportunity for guests to cruise peacefully along the Matlabas River, watching the animals as they drink and wallow. The lodge offers you a chance to lie by the pool or enjoy a spa treatment, and one night could be spent sleeping out under the stars in a luxurious treehouse. Sign up to be a WildEarth Explorer before the 30th of June, and it could be you heading off on a long-awaited getaway. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature.
Hi everybody, I'm Tiana, I'm from Johannesburg, and I am one of WildEarth's biggest fans.
Been watching for 4 years, DG here from the Ozarks.
It's been 4 years for me and I'm not leaving anytime soon.
It's given me a time away from the hassles of the city, and it's given me a connection to a place that has stolen my heart, which is Africa.
Last year we lost our son, and now we're just watching WildEarth. Love to all you guys.
You are reminding us of the role that we play in nature conservation, each and every one of us. You have reconnected myself to a dream that I had as a child to get involved in nature conservation, and for that I'm really grateful for as well. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
It's a huge privilege to be in these incredible places with these amazing animals. I love filming lions. When they do get up and do something, it's always spectacular. When they are playing, are incredibly fun to watch, especially sabals and cubs. I love being in the bush and working in these incredible places with these amazing animals. We want to bring it to you so that you can almost feel like you're right there and be able to experience it and enjoy it the way we are.
We've got one lioness, I think, in front of the car. I think I can see a body. Yep, there we go. They're making their move. It's just all getting very, very tense. Lots of noise. You can hear the buffalo. They're moving off, but the lions are behind them. I think by the morning we might have a kill on Djuma. This has been such an unbelievable sighting. Really, it has. Biding their time, biding their time. Very powerful to be around that. That noise, that stampede. I can't hear saying it's dark means still sleeping. Probably, I don't know. I would imagine so. Oh, dark mate, we're only teasing. We love you, really. I'm just going to give these people a little nudge to turn their lights down. Oh, goodness. Lots of lights. Got to make sure you don't interrupt a hunt. But Jess, I haven't seen Darkmane. I don't actually know if he has even popped out from the vegetation. He does have a habit of waiting until the ladies make their kill, I must say. The buffalo have moved off. They're deep into that block. Some of the lionesses went in, and these, oh, look who's here. Look who's here, just for you, Gary. He's like, hey, guys, I'm not sleeping. That's not cool. Oh, Dark Moon, we were only just teasing, my boy. We were. Oh, that's too funny. And you're yawning to show us that you're sleepy, but you're not sleeping. Oh, you must... Sorry, that's my hat. Bomb and Owen shot. Goodness, we are coming towards the end of the drive. I don't think a hunt is going to happen anytime soon, but it's going to happen. Patience, pants galore, all of us here. But that was incredible to witness and share with you all. The noise, the power, the patience, the stalking, the gauging. The Talimati Pride and Dark Mane. Look, he's listening. Just want to have another look at this female. No, it's not. There's normally a young sub-adult, the one with the slightly shorter back legs. Oh, there's my hat again. Hello. And she tends to wait back in the hunt, which is something I've noticed. And I wonder if it's because she maybe possibly isn't as fit as the others. She walks a little bit differently from the other females. And I just wonder if that's why she holds back. Wow, everyone. Unfortunately, it has come to that time where we have to say goodbye to you all. But my goodness, we will definitely update you all in the morning. Thank you all for jumping on board. The lions have decided to ignore the buffalo and play. But thank you for all your comments, your questions, and just for being wonderful viewers. Please do join us tomorrow morning for the sunrise safari. Goodbye for now.